Hi guys, Tata Leah here. Today we'll walk you through the most exciting Archon quest in Genshin history. This is the first ever Fontaine Archon quest called Soloist Prologue. Let's go!
Now let Paimon think. Oh, Paimon remembers! Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her. So much time has already passed since then, and Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tight. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? But never mind that. What brings—
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking? Huh? You can't say I saw that coming. But you are trapped. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some water. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon—
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without—
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita? Oh, good point. Then there's no—
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client—
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru. passing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's pool. Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely... Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found some... What do you think? Good idea! Nahida gave us... Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can... So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we... To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never...
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted...
Play? Oh, no. We're talking...
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring all... Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted... Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than the...
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just... as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, but wait. Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the...
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely...
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the... In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of a...
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason...
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may...
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon... Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is...
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking...
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the...
All right! I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at... But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess... Hey! What are you looking over there for? Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her. Hello there.
Huh? I'm fine.
Oh, okay then. We just...
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, he would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone bright, but now, the water is gradually... I won't...
Sorry.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends? Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is we were just talking with your sister.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still...
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when...
Oh! Alright then. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the op. Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
So, she's the Hydro Archon?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration, if you don't have one. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly be... I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge...
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, Miss Hydro Archon?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with...
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcome...
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. Wait, Does this mean they're the legendary blonde?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that lady?
Of course! That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about.
Ooh, I've got to see this.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers, and you may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not afraid?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in...
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Unfortunately, people nowadays...
Oh, yeah, she's right.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend them.
You see. Then, as the...
Oh,
Right, this is Fontaine, after all.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you... Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, according to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is this?
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the next...
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a...
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy.
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen.
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally... So, with such an audience gathered here...
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon.
You call that magic?
huh. I'm not sure what to think.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of
Performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. But when there are valid grounds, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Miss...
Just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't... So, now do you see what...
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious...
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity.
My brother's always excited.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the...
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something... You really mean it? This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps...
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but it says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds, until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine, others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any—
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore—
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually—
Many places have already been completely submerged.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people— We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, as a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby.
So you're the blonde traveler that every... Oh, a magic pocket? Thanks. Please, also thank...
What's this? So you all...
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the prophecy. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one. As time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea. So, if you ask me, when the water
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But...
all right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel...
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecies, life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future?
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have? Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change.
Is there anything else you need to do before...
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. Maybe next time you'll feel like help.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that...
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's... Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention and a distracted odd... Watch her movements.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should... You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to... Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure.
No, that was all. Anyway, I should be going now.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle.
Oh,
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what...
You're right. I have to admit that the thief was evil, but at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it...
what a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the...
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an What ingenious.
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while.
So you mean it's still boring, even when I'm right?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older...
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Huh?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I'd never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. And what are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on... though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends!
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great... I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter...
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such... So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the... You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could... Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, You mean the serial disappearances of young... That's right! These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably if I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the... Oh! When that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy.
So, what is the serial disappearance?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age. But the scariest part is that to this day, many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case. But shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family... I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by.
I have an interview to get to.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can...
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the...
What a tough job. Always running around.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides,
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is...
this is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go?
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father... Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a...
Hello.
Nice to meet you! Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler! Oh, you sound very proud to have a...
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing... Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more material.
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of material.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain it said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon... When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. It rained for longer than I suspect.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in...
Are you
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty...
No trouble at all! Don't...
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need!
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making...
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. when they told me what they'd be using them for, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Whoa. So...
I can't say for sure, but who knows?
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest.
But where does a big machine like that get...
Well, it's so... But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium.
Huh? How can...
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the... When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts...
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard what... Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it...
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even...
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're all...
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the Mora I owe to Confrérie of Cub...
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want...
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of Mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little...
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we...
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, but it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more...
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank...
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you...
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit... Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tony...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with her, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't...
Brace yourself! This is gonna hurt! No time to lose! Yeah!
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a step?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers.
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case...
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for North...
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad...
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you...
I don't know, but recently... there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me.
Maybe you losing control of your...
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was one time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. Because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained.
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you...
That's just an abstract form of a whale. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted. So why don't you just go ask your master?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced that, but it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of...
Oh, it sounds like...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. Seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be.
What? More work?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's
Official champion duelists?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duelists, so engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, and the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation... Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea?
That sneaky guy. He said he's been... Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Linny's... Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder missed a whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merit. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and Oh, sorry about that. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranea, so let's go ride the Opera Bus! Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned a new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing. Approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you. What a place, huh? Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is...
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll...
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There's...
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's
Lynette! You...
Lenny asked me...
right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the...
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of...
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But...
When do you cry?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon...
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotion. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what...
Rather than worrying about them, we don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Traveler in Paimon, good to see you.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world.
I can tell, but you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seat!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a...
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is... Oh, you little...
Excuse me. I did not realize you felt awkward. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would...
Oh! So you heard all of that, did ya? Wait, that's not it, Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like...
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then. Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat, and as required by proper etiquette...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you...
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor...
Wait.
I saw you all chatting just now. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that...
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has... And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would... There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for... I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant... So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Other...
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her...
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as...
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real... Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry, Paimon.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a...
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right...
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate... So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have... Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even...
Oh, good point. That's what makes...
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. Oh, and before I forget, you never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that to appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you, but our magical journey has only just begun. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. In which case, I have ample time to make... So, for my next trick, I will require the part... Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical box... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the... Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna... Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who'll... Now then, let's begin. Oh, let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be... You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, if the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might...
Oh.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Like this. 60, 59, 58. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59.
60, 59!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 50... Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon...
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places, or...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's...
25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect.
19! 18!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now.
8!
Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
magic to fix the stage.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if the—
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, and after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is no— It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I can see through the— I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances—
Huh? Why me? This whole—
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after— Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear—
That can't be right! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against me?
I just think that he— Well, I think—
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense.
Look, a kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what— That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? Then there's no problem at all. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what—
It wasn't a draw!
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic— Are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's attorney? And very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may— Linny and his troupe are all potential suspects, and the audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can—
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just—
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared of—
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be— Good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't— As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to— Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It was—
I think they look cute on you, Pai.
You have good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to— Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first.
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic shows a work of... But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be...
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking and everyone... The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any... However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see that, if anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is...
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends?
Well, you can't say we're good friends.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince... I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for... Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find... Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grief. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial
Were the victims of previous cases also...
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
So this is the rope that broke and caused... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's...
Both of you, over here. I've been...
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns.
Well, you're right on the Mora about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it. Spina di Rosula does it, and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily...
Huh? Boss?
Well, I am the second-generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor...
No need. You don't have to...
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the... That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter judging from the look of things.
Really? We think so too! That's why... But how did you come...
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence, but that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she... Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way for...
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times. All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an...
Well...
And why would that be? See...
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trial... that if that can be done...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that, Demoiselle, you wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just...
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House.
No, we're not leaving. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone comes. So the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that. I doubt there was much. How can you be well? Because I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, but still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have known. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing.
So, it's safe to say the girl. All right, thank you for your help.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads,
We don't have too many.
then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The FUD? Oh, you mean the
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened,
that makes.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
Wait, wasn't the noise we.
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the...
See? I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying?
You're trying to help them?
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for...
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether... In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where...
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case? We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a...
You may spare the pleasantries.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you got... Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine. Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secret...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for... But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch them. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how...
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the... See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using...
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out...
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even...
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where would...
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who... And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only...
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you were...
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She on the...
We really don't know how that...
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never... And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more...
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting.
Whoever the murderer was, why would it be him?
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would the...
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jar and here's a broken vase.
That can't be. The trolley moves...
Let's note that... Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be.
Right. And do you really need to do that? Ugh, this is so confusing. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Could this...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems...
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current...
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some
Charges and then trial.
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the orator... That's right. This is how in the statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotion. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will. And
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This too, then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same... Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. Or that we might find out... And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to... I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweet?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her
What do you mean, no snacks?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable...
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselles.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for...
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do... But you ended up up doing the entire thing by yourself, beating the egg.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the... No need for concern. I merely do...
All right then. Down to business. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone with it. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was...
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand, nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any...
Were we not thorough enough from the sound of things? This is turning into a... Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell good.
They are my specialty after all. And
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less...
No. Being greedy is one. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then maybe...
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our Balloose, set up the stove again.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to...
As you wish.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have an... I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time, as it would be awkward.
All right, thanks for your help, and for the snack.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than...
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest...
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to...
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can... but don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you...
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident... Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary...
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly locked. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation.
And you didn't hear anything else at all?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud.
Huh?
Hey, hang on!
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the... Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my found... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just a...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why did...
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me first. When the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys.
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? In that case, my dear audience...
Well, this is awkward. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paimon doesn't... We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad, not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just... But our organization is very, very large, and the...
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might... I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become... That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to... The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am...
Sorry. Please.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear your answer first, and...
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentence? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard what should have been impossible, of course. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was almost finished, so there... After that, the homicide...
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this...
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mystery. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatus...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a serious... Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating...
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. Countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him in afterward. Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
seems that... Seems this won't produce... According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath. Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, finally he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from... Paimon did it! Paimon...
In other words, you believe that he knew
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny wanted to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could... You're saying that he wasn't?
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already... The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well, to think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Huh? That can't be right.
Oh, is that so?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... It would have been tough for both people to fit in... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey... No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrance. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. No one entered or left the Opera House through it. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, it would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So...
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that one.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes. If there's a similar method...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here. Must we really? Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection.
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at it.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from
the primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had... The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which one of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely, as such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is...
You've gotta be kidding! People dissolve...
It's something so ridiculous.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effect. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be... Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please...
Of course. Thank you. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial...
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The rope that strung the water tank... The water from the primordial sea should already... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his trick.
Huh. That does make...
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of it.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they...
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to...
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Does this not clear all doubt, my dear citizens? My loyal audience? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. And I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see, I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be... What in the world?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while... But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rosula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave.
I understand.
Voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So, the whole thing about people dissolve—
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then, before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so that's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you didn't even mention that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective. The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! erupted out of the blue, her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward, so...
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel...
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak again? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further.
Wow! Look at that! She's like a
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian, thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house. From this reconstruction of events, we can While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette.
Great work, Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we How did you find the water from the primordial sea in
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or...
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you. I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to...
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed. You have become alive. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection.
Yes! I'll tell you, our boss discovered that the water can cause people. It can also be made into a potion, which, when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent Mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Lenny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were to survive. I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take a—
So you went from orphans to—
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side, But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then—
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than—
It took a while after one particular performance at a banquet. I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to—
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with some—
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And
So, she'd already taken care—
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. Father, the Knave, might have seen something in me. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none— I was hesitant to trust her. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to—
So, she believes—
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world—
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that problem.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Linny.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us now?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who've been... And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of red...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring... sorry about that. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know...
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your...
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi...
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make...
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
In that case, I'll go order for us first.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good...
And if it's not...
Well, then...
Yeah. Sure have... Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right?
Oh, true. Very true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to... Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearance...
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young...
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever...
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might... It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that it's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fit...
Seems Paimon thought things were...
It's all right. Well, let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for...
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine.
Well, would you consider some more,
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy...
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty...
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her... I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as...
That might work, but that's not really...
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking... All right, no more joking around. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my
was this your... Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really...
No, it's fine.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and ick.
Is that so? Huh. Well, if we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuck. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Arch.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to... in any case, I wish you smooth sailing.
See ya!
A blade embraces its duty. As a jeweler...
Welcome to the court of Fontaine.
Hello, passengers. I am your tour guide for this trip, Alfan. We are now heading to Erinias. Many people are tried there and sent to the fortress of Meripede. But passengers needn't worry. Life in the fortress of Meripede may be a good thing for certain groups of people. The construction of Clockwork Mecha has no restrictions outside of patent law. Other than the Fontaine Research Institute, many private workshops are engaged in researching and building all kinds of Clockwork Mecha. Some people will modify existing models, and other criminals will use Clockwork Mecha for theft, robbery, surveillance, and illegal exploration, among other activities. If you encounter such a situation, please report it to the nearest Mare Chaussee personnel immediately. We are now arriving at Marcotte Station, where this journey ends. Any passengers interested in taking a commemorative photo of their Aquabus journey are advised to do so at the court of Fontaine Station on the Clementine line. This is because the atmosphere there is much livelier. Plus, my diligent colleague Aval keeps her boat in a much cleaner, photo-ready condition. And also, my Malazine hands struggle with holding cameras. There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kinda spooky.
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache! Are you... my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide. Never... How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. But now, we can no longer go back. No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new... The thought of me gives him no succor. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed. Is that what you call it? It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. Like the water. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember...
Wake up!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Quick, now's our chance!
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you
I followed you.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually—
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not—
Do not!
Sorry, demoiselle.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe—
Sorry,
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come—
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract—
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, and what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with them is—
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not— I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the— Regardless, thank you for your help today, Chlorand. But
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've got—
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Chlorand was being—
I know, I just— She's—
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for— Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang sick— Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Chlorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. As such, we're still partners.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle.
If it were me, I would have joined these people.
All right.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of—
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us—
Huh? Really? Paimon?
Yes.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of—
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me—
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the—
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But that's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their— Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's...
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were...
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was up, but he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will Oh, you mean you'll help?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodation. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is
It's right up ahead, but let's...
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious.
Very good.
I shall find rooms for our...
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's
This is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently...
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our...
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Your father... He was the...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they caught 3 years ago. He was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, but strangely, he not only requested that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel. 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, the closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of it.
So that's why you're so determined.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in. But however, I believe that if the murder case is related, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to and now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our...
Wait! If Callus was such a good man...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not people love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching...
But how could... never mind. If Callus was...
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel. What?
Oh! Her? Well, then... isn't that as good as saying that... Yeah... That's not the sort of thing that you can just let...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but there was only ever one choice.
It's not that I don't understand her at all.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should...
Yeah!
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you...
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not...
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them up, but never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the...
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday.
Wait, so you didn't...
How could I after...
Guess Paimon wasn't...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle.
Does that mean...
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files, if the Oceanid you met, is one of the young women who went missing recently. We should be...
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. In that case, let's go talk to... Aren't you...
No, it's nothing. The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from the...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Is that even...
Of course. Don't worry. We're here...
All right, then. I'll let you through. The Chief Justice...
Thanks so much.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur
That's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance.
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him...
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just...
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so...
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional...
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, you even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let everything was hanging on a thread at that moment? There are still so many things I never got to tell him. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia...
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you...
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder...
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the...
Yeah, we're gonna make progress!
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later? Great, let's go. There's no need to be so surprised. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our tastes in exterior... A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live it. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our You said before that you still had some business at the
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Malus?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, at a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, and if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse, and called for—
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But no matter how much they... Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers. All recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information, but then we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun.
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed off. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some cost, but considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need—
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that—
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. I think this third person is probably the key. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise—
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, what was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Davia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and—
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the— But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle—
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hand, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked, even though Boss has been gone for a long time.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look—
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't... Malus, what was the key evidence that...
It's the location where synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of... But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storm?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous... There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence but a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, what?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no...
That's true. Seems my father really had no... But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss, and I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time...
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you...
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must... When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a... If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, after several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed... The first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plan. There's someone else like him, too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current... In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections.
So... they're like a sister organization?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting again, it's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down them.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina de Rosula and the guard. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These? To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among...
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our...
Of course. And thank you, Malus.
You're too kind, my lady. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your...
Thank you for arranging everything.
Excuse me, miss.
Oh,
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosul...
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand.
You don't understand it.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a console. I know. Only the full truth could bring closure.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I...
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back, he had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-up.
They found out?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that... Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, even if he fired the shot that killed my husband. It was likely in self-defense.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if Papa always wanted to be a good man? So why did he...
Well, things aren't always as they seem.
Yeah, Papa was a...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword, he must have done so.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find...
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really...
You really think so? That's the first time...
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, after my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like... Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that...
Let me think. Mr. Callis was after that. He told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed... But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body.
So you also remember 2 guns?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made... But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would... The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from... But hold on. If that's what had happened, he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. And did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. So, I'll tell you everything once the...
I understand. Then, and if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, but it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the
Don't worry. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve... Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia?
Oh, so you've gotten...
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances...
I mean, where I work is real. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the ground up, and it would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
yes. These two. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that... If you want to go through the original files from your father's...
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually...
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me...
Then you think too highly of my abilities. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of... So I can promise you, those mecha were they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your... I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me.
Hello.
How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can...
Sure. I will...
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you...
Yes,
Oh, you were at...
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole... I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressed. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to be...
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that...
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I...
Oh, and what...
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will... But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, The Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't... Do you have any new thoughts on...
About that. Sorry, my age is... The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more.
Sounds good. Just let me... All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes.
Oh, whoops, that's my wallet. By the way, outside of my content creating life, I sell game currencies for Indonesian rupiah at a low price. This includes Blessing of the Welkin Moon and Genesis crystals. Curious? Check out my store on Instagram at gemsy.id. Now, back to the video.
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile...
But where should we start? You're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a... Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, but who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him, and with funds from the Confrérie, he could also... Still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Thierry, you say? It is possible, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a...
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole... Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave the suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle...
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our...
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for...
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guard?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called
What? Is that...
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind...
Wait, how? None of our...
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned
Right, because they'll think they've already
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear...
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention, you're right. This is our best opportunity. All right, I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny...
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Malus, Silver, when did you...
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that it's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is... Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend. I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the... Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the
no.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is...
That case had nothing to do with him! Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court.
Oh, please. Did you ever... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent.
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge in?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your members of the guards. Please contact Mr. Marcel right... Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies. It all just happened so quick. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me...
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. To the case of... Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all...
Navia, do you really think... Come on. Why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience does...
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that...
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while the guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel. These are the known facts about...
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from... Something's not right. A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved... The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin. Something's... This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
So that's what happened. Wait. You're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they...
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in...
Then, may I ask some questions? And 1, do you have the evidence to back up your...
I'm afraid not.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence...
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette,
Why do I feel like Farina's
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging...
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you describe, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take... At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow... What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my...
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice? But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back.
So, you mean to say,
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to... I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth.
So, during the duel...
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined. Others, just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's...
Right? What she said was fascinating, but...
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a map. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and...
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing... I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone...
I don't know what you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah, well, do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning...
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyway.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high... In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearance? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations, right? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious. Instead, once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met...
This isn't just about me. And it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that same agency has long been taken from them, the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearance, many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image do you see? Is it a man named... Oh. So you do know that name?
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to...
time for takeoff. Whirling snow! Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. The water level is rising! Now we can swim to the top! But this is still a ways away from where we need to go. Teamwork is dreamwork! Yeah! Yeah! Unthinkable! Embrace the ice! Yeah! Now the path is clear! Let's go! Fate is upon you. Delve into death. My apologies. I'm going in. Take flight. After all that, we finally made it. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes detective. this? Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation. Yep, it's about findings. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by them, he can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the pit. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water! That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the... If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth! But the pure Paimon will take notes on this and... What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are... Huh? You mean the girls from the series? And then they were... And all the boxes of things. These names. That... What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22. Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just, how can someone write something that terrible in such a... You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did it. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people... In any case... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the... Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's... We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theory... Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals this. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name along that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon... lover's name? Then you found... Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many! A whole page's worth! The final name Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that... Hey! Paimon still...
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named... Oh, so you...
I'm merely surprised you...
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the...
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all...
So that's it. Even the villains, and with that, Marcel's
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know... You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention, so you never noticed how we changed.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things...
Your determination...
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial...
Do you really pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eye? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all... Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice. Your beloved drama, Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed callus, I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guard!
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! Venier, please, Venier. Don't think...
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against...
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that...
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vache, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover, Venier. During an underwater expedition, Venier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vache as a result. Vache learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research. With the goal to cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in... During the course of his research, Vache discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vache decided, although the assassination did not go as Vache expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vache attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vache's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vache. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vache is guilty.
Guards! Take Vache away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that,
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite...
We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting... Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely...
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come.
Yeah. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, passed wrong. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you,
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This is...
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the series. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique de... Guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict?
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Monsieur Novelette? What's going on? Ship may have...
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you... I don't know what happened there either!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either? But that's impossible.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to... Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blind...
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, and of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble... Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time...
So she chose to make her escape after all, did...
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly, after all, he's done plenty of bad stuff.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the...
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make...
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible...
This request, is it worth as much to you as your...
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even...
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live? Very well.
Your Honor,
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any...
In that case, I shall...
Thank you! Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache!
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. All this time. Only the thought of bringing you... I must be dreaming. Who would have thought it? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live...
But Vache, if you had...
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably be... If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed, and if not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have... It's all because of your selfishness.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are...
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed, our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm the only one I am not.
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril... This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do... But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? You are a liar. The only thing you are not. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had...
No! Vinier! She can't hate me.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vinier. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her... She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something great was going...
Even this weather can't put a damper on the...
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been...
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring...
Sounds like you're really enjoying life.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that this time, though. Everyone in Poisson.
So his name's definitely been...
It's been the dearest wish of...
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in... Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take. I believe the story was called The True. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the series.
Oh, yeah. She told us about that. She's always been super interested.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence.
Now that's another thing to look forward to.
Oh, and in other news.
Oh, are you two on better terms?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clorinde gave testimony on my father's. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorinde wasn't actually.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly be. Oh, actually, there's.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too. We also.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather...
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop. Huh. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back.
Huh? There's someone there already. Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respect.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human. In any case, why?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fate. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, but Mr. Callis proved me utterly. And if not for his sacrifice, the serial disappeared. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice that's higher than. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. This regret has filled me with a sadness. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and...
I'm sorry for being mad at you. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but...
Sorry about that.
Didn't I just say you don't...
So Navia and Nervalette... Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing? Oh no. Paimon hopes... Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay?
We ran into Navia on the streets today.
I see.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my...
So, at court, the bad guys were referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature, and there used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather... Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say...
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the... What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and to be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some... Is there anything else you'd like to... That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sin... Does that appropriately summarize the version?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back...
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been... If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum...
But with Farina being the way she is...
Is there anything else you'd like? My apologies. My investigate... However, I still believe the judgment of the
But you also said you thought...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this.
So when Linny told us that he heard a human...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. Their time-tested twin trick. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to...
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well.
All right. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.